Okay. I think that the music might be a little bit too strong. I think I turned it up yesterday. I don't know. Not yesterday, the last time we streamed. Give me one sec. Feels like yes. I've been doing a lot of stuff between then and now, so that should be evened out. Alright. Today we are... Hello? Today we're going to be working on some skill tree directly related stuff. Before we were working on stats refactoring, all of that was really to just get into gear for skill tree. I took the last couple of days to fail at art in multiple ways, but ultimately it led to something that I feel like I can work with. It's decent to look at. So let's get to it. Hey Nepal, how you doing, man? Good morning. Okay, so it's going to be a lot of coding today. Good thing is, so there's going to be a small refactor. So let's handle that refactor first. We need to go into our broker system. So we can easily get, I mean, we could just type it here. And there you go. Okay. Alright, so we need to implement a guest onto the broker. So let's do that down here. And the guest is going to have a simple method. It's just going to be verify invite. Right? And that's it. As soon as my, there we go, as soon as my keyboard let me finish typing. So how are you doing, Nepal? You're doing dev work today, or are you going to be doing, are you going to be testing your game? What are you planning on doing today? Okay. So now the guest, is going to be over here in the message. Or rather, oops, it's not the guest. This is the host. It's actually one layer down. Dev work, adding sphere colliders to my wheels. Yeah, you said something about using wheel colliders. Are you sure that's the right direction you want to go? Because you're using it. So there is a method. If you're using rigid body, there is a method for creating tank controls, and they typically do not involve using. Interesting. Never seen Stream Elements post that before. That's new. So there is a method for using tensile and boundings to simulate tank movement. But if you're certain about it, then go for it. You know, nothing hurts if you haven't tried it before. But if you're certain that that's the way you want to go with it, it just seems weird if you're going to put wheel colliders on a tank. It's just but I can't really speak to it, because if it's possible, to extend out the wheel collider to make it look like a tread, then that would make sense. But for wheel colliders, I would assume that because a tank only has what, two treads, right? One on the left, one on the right. You know, let's look at that. Let's look that up. What do tanks? How do tanks? Tank. Navigation. Movement. Mastering tactics, tank maneuvering. Understanding tank maneuvering. Tank tactics maneuvering refers to the strategic method employed by armored vehicles to achieve battlefield objectives utilizing unique capabilities. This includes deployment of tanks in formation. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. Just like war tactics. I said navigation and movement, and it led me to tactics. You know, let's ask Copilot. Maybe tanks use threads. How change horizontal vector. Right, differential steering, but how are they setting that up? Independent control of threads. Oh, okay, gotcha. Makes sense. So the way that a tank works, basically, if you want to turn right, the right side tread will basically move slower than the left side tread. So the left side tread will go faster, making the tank turn left very sharply. That's how it's set up. So if you're going to do like a wheel collider and you can extend the wheel collider out that way, that would be freaking sick. As for a sphere collider, I'm not sure, but Unity does have like a built-in wheel collider. Let's check that out. Wheel. Actually, I'm in Unity, so we can just look it up here. Let's clear all of this nonsense. We don't have, let's close the world scene real quick. Save it, sure. Load up the arboreal scene. Okay. Where is this? Oh, cool. Okay. So in this arboreal scene, let's put a wheel collider. Just to see, like, what it looks like. So... 3D object. They don't let you just put like a wheel down. Okay, let's put a capsule in. And then on that capsule. Why is this capsule? Whatever. Cut that out. This is why I don't like messing with this stuff. Even though I told it not to target, it's still... whatever. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to add two 3D objects. Let's make them... let's make them spheres, I guess. Put this one to the left. Make another one. Put that to the right. I did not expect that one at all. That was not my intention. Oh, gosh. Okay. Let's fix that really quickly. There we go. There we go. So the local position, we just need to make sure. So it's the local, it looks like this is the X position that we're messing with. So let's go to 0.5. That should be right in the middle. Okay. 0, 0. So we go 0.5, negative 0.5. Alright, let's go negative 1. Okay, let's go negative 0.75. And this should be just 0.75. 0. How does this look now? Okay, good. Then we're just going to change the colliders on these. So we'll remove these colliders, add the component wheel collider. Yeah, there. And it doesn't allow me to visualize the collider part of it? That's weird. You hate when that. It doesn't let me visualize the collider. I wonder why. Am I missing something here? No, it just doesn't have it. Alright, I did see something else here. So what is this? Wheel joint? Can't add a component wheel joint. Oh, this is 2D. Cancel. Okay. Okay. So this is bizarre to me. It doesn't let me visualize the collider. Let me do this instead. We will turn off the mesh for these. See, like right here, you can edit the actual collider. Remove this component. Collider. So what we'll do is we'll just turn on gizmos. And it still doesn't visualize it. Weird. Am I missing something here? Let's look at what the documentation says for wheel colliders. Wheel collider is for ground vehicles. It was built in collision detection. Wheel vehicle is a slit-based tire friction model. For guidance on wheel collider, okay, go to the wheel collider tutorial. That's nice. The suspension spring properties simulate the behavior for wheel suspension. To do this, the wheel collider sets a target on the vertical y-axis. So you need to set a target, and it tries to return to. And it has a spring dampener effect, right? That's cool. Forward friction overlay. Yeah, basically this is what I was telling you about before with tensile strength. So you could actually, I mean, Unity has it built in, so why not use it? But you could, I found that I prefer to just make them. Like the character controller that you see walking around is using a tank controller. It's just spring tensile strength that I'm using and dampeners to get that movement and that feel. Because really, it's like a tank. The character's always looking at the mouse. But it looks like this one wants to apply it for each wheel, which is pretty cool. I don't know how to set it up though, because it's not what I thought. So I guess I would have to look at the tutorial. Prepare the car model, add wheel colliders. So you have the car body. Yeah, and it's just like that, and then how come it doesn't visualize it for me though? Next, you need to adjust the wheel collider's position, that size to match the wheel models. But you can't see the. Let me see. Go back. I don't see an option to visualize it. We already have gizmos on. And colliders are on gizmos. Should have been able to see it from that. Tells me that, like, if I do this, let's remove this real quick. Right, and then I turn gizmos on, I can see the sphere collider right here. So that's what I'm looking for with the wheel collider, but I don't see it. Missing something big. Oh, you still have to do some programming, though. Ah, it looks pretty cool. If I ever make a game that requires this, I'll definitely give it a look through. But for right now, I'm going to get to what I was planning on working on today. I don't have any advice to. Why is there a nav mesh? Oh, that's right. This is not the right. Anyway. Good luck, man. I did not mean to make the capsule do that. That was unintentional. Okay. So when we make a new message, let's make an overload for this. Okay, so now we're going to be introducing, instead of using ID, we're going to be introducing the we're going to be introducing that. And over here, going to be, where is it now? Okay, there we go. And we should probably do the same for the rest of these. Okay. And then the UID. Oh, it's a string. Okay, there. All right, now we should have broken some stuff around our code. Let's go and fix that. It's only one area, which is awesome. And here, now, we can just put this. And then over here, we can put I host. And we can just do quick refactoring to implement the interface. There should be something else here that we need to implement. I'm looking for it. I don't see it. All right, let's put it in. Verify invite. There you go. Okay, so now whenever we verify the invite, we need to just do a change over here. Change points. And we just change it by 0. That'll be that. Okay. So what we just did is whenever we make a change, if we ever add something, like a new note to this, we'll let the stat know that it needs to verify its invites. And this will basically just send a ping back to change which handles set. And that's going to be sending out events to things that care about what this stat's value is. Right? So let's say like you're equipping a sword and that sword provides a modifier and things and whatnot. It's now going to be sending things back to the stat. The stat is then going to be sending out a signal to everything that cares about the stat's current condition. So what is this called? This is called event-based programming. We are avoiding using update loops. So this stuff only happens when we actually need it to happen, in other words. Right, so let's seal the deal on this. We just need to go back to verify invite over here. And whenever we are in the message, weird, okay. There we go, we'll go back to iHost. So over here, whenever we remove or add a note, there we go. So whenever we remove or add a note, then we will do host verify invite. There we go. Right? And that's it. So now all we have to do is just implement verify invite on anything that's a host for our broker. So if this if that stat creates a message, it wants to know when that message is changed. And so this is how we do it. We just tell host verify invite. Now this is pretty cool, right? Because we have no actual, there's no dependency here because it's an interface. So the interface is just going to lead here. So that's just really awesome. Okay. All right. I think that's it. This is the refactor that I wanted to do on this. Outside of that, off stream, I took care of the refactor on the stat manager. So now that instead, do we get rid of stuff? No. Okay. So there's a small refactor I want to take care of here also. Let's do that real quick. If I remember correctly, these have names. Specific one. So it's power, endurance, comprehension. Gotcha. So let's just do it right here for now. So we do beam stat power. Ugh. So these are the base stats in the game. I think energy is a base stat. I don't remember, but it doesn't matter. We don't call it. The reason why what I'm doing right here now is I'm taking this stuff from being called every frame, or rather every time we need to make a change. We keep on having to dip in. This is a dictionary lookup, I think. Let's see what's happening in get. Yeah, it's just a try get. Ah, wait. Yeah, it's just a try get. So this is actually pretty fast. But I'm going to cache them. Because I want to eliminate... I want to just make the code smaller instead of doing this every single time. Right? So... this is going to be a bigger refactor than I thought. Should we just leave it this way? Is the question. It's not that heavy of an issue where I'm going to... I mean, benefit is going to be there. And it simplifies the code a lot. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Okay. So we're just going to grab this. Actually, we're just going to do it here. And just get rid of this. Okay. There. So now, over here, we can just do... anything with endurance, we're just going to get rid of real quick. And we can just do dot... resilience, endurance, those stats are going to be removed here. There we go. Hey, good morning, Nick. I feel very great with the fact that I can... Or, wait, what? I feel very great with the fact that I neither can or want to work on something I've committed myself. What? I feel very great with the fact that I neither can or want to work on... So you can't work on something, nor do you want to work on something I've committed myself to doing, and in fact, wanted to do earlier. Okay. That sounds like the anthem of the procrastinator. Took a second to parse what you were saying, though. Like, that was weird. That was a phrasing. There we go. Oh, I checked out Roman's video. I tell you, man, if he doesn't want to be a game dev at some point, he can definitely become a YouTuber for sure. Well, he technically is a YouTuber, but his editing is like crazy good. Like, it's just straight up YouTuber at that point. Like, I really am looking forward to his first apology video. Like, and then, you know, he has to do the apology video and then the Mr. Beast collab. Well, hold on. Maybe after he can do the collab either before... I guess it doesn't matter. You can do it before or after you trash Mr. Beast. Procrastinating is basically a full-time job, but I feel drained and demotivated when looking at... I'll stop coding in a second. Well, actually, I can't promise that, because today's going to be a kind of a coding-heavy day. We're going to be doing a couple of things. There we go. Okay. So that should have shrunk the code by a little bit. Let's delete all of this stuff now. I mean, technically this is good, and yeah, this is good. There's minimal allocation on these, but it's awesome. We still need to make... I'm not going to do that today, but we still need to make the interactions for the different energies. This is just the interaction with the base stats and the base parameters of the game. Like, you know, critical hits, and all this other stuff. And we got it down to 502 lines, but these are two different classes. So we have the, and this one still needs a bit more refactoring, the stat manager class, because it's doing stuff that it shouldn't have to do. Like, it's managing the elements over here. It shouldn't need to do that. That should be part of the interaction system. I might make an element interaction system instead. uh, and let that handle things. Let's put this in a good place. There we go. Okay, all the calls on this should be, except for these two, should be private. Hey, what's this? Calculate. Nope, this is private. None of these should be public. All of these should be private. So let's do that. Reason why is because there's dependencies, and we don't want to call these before they're enabled. So if something is calling this, and this is not enabled, I don't need to have to worry about that. The way that they're connecting up is through events, so we should never have to make these public. That's what I'm thinking. They're all being connected inside of this class. There we go. Okay, so the part that's handling the connection is over here. That's it. So like power is connected to these these mechanics, endurance is connected to these mechanics, comprehension, and so on. So like item drop rate is updated based on when the luck changes. So if we ever change the luck stat, then we can update the item drop rate and the ability to dodge using luck, things like that. And then we also have, this one is a pretty cool, it's a simple little class, how to introduce time into your game. I'll show it right here. A cool little class. Notice that we have an update call here. So this is in our game manager. We just have this little class that's handling the tick effect. Roman actually did this in his game. In the video you saw where he showed how, I don't know if he did it this way, but this is a simple way of just hooking it in. We just have 3 events, one for half tick, tick, and double tick. And then when we create this class, we give tick a cooldown. And then we just set the tick cooldown to being whatever we passed in here. Half of that cooldown time will be the half tick CD. And then double that would be the full tick. So we actually could do that here. So half tick is going to be equal to tick CD divided by 2. And then double is going to be tick CD times 2. Okay, there. Let's see. Yeah, the editing is great. The script and the whole game shows ain't perfect. Sadly, I'm not complaining about you. I'm dissatisfied with my performance in the morning. Why am I using big words? I shouldn't be using big words. Big sound smart. I mean, oh, smart. You see? That's you guys. You guys say that, oh, I'm a wizard and whatnot. It's just it's just English. I'm just speaking words. It doesn't make you smart using big words or small words. Actually, I would say that the smaller words you can use to explain a point more clearly, the smarter you are. It's a sign of a lack of oh gosh, I'm about to use a big word. It's a sign. It's a sign of a lack of. A smaller word would be eloquence. Yeah, let's say eloquence. To have to rely on larger words that folks might not be able to just grasp right away, because the entire point isn't the words that I use. It's to try to convey the idea in a clear way that it's actionable. People can use it for some purpose. All right, if I haven't done that, doesn't matter the size of the words I've used. Okay. What is all of this? I think we can probably get rid of this. What is this? Oh, this is like, okay, yeah, we can get rid of this. We're going to be working on a new system for this anyway. I don't even know why, like, I was just throwing random stuff into the game manager. I don't know why I was doing that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's just leave it that way. All right. That's 2 refactors that are done. We're not going to get into this. This is just, I feel like I'm moving into an area. We're trying to stay focused today on what I intend on doing. All right, so let's take a look at my itinerary real quick, just to get back on focus. One sec. All right. Okay, so our first job today is to create a grid manager that positions nodes relative to the central rec transform, or virtual center, and then assigns nodes to, and can assign nodes to. Gotcha. So our task is, we need to first make our UI canvas. We need to establish the parameters for the cell sizes and stuff like that. The tier logic. Okay. So since we're going to be tying cell sizes directly to pixel sizes, and we're going to keep it simple. We're going to just, because the thing is, we could make it a bit more complicated by messing with resolution, but I'm not going to touch resolution on this. I think we want to keep it as simple as possible. Okay, let's do it. So we need to make a UI script, and this is going to be a grid manager. Can this grid, hold on, let me look. Okay. We're going to make this as generalized as possible. UI grid. Okay. So this is going to be different. Unity does afford us a grid already, but we don't want to use it because it kind of limits what we can do for what we're intending to get done today, which is to make nodes, slots for nodes on the skill tree. All right, so the first thing that we want to do is, let's make this a serialized field. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Private. It's going to be int cell size. I'm going to set this to 100. So it's going to be 100 pixels, which is a pretty decent size. Usually it's like 110, 120. But I'm going to go with 100. It's like the low end for like what you want icon sizes to be. And we're going to go public. Transform. No. Can also be serialized field. Private transform. virtual center. Or you can say grid center. Okay, there we go. So now the approach here is that instead of, so when you move, like on this, since there's going to be nodes and it's going to go all over the place, when we move around, we're not actually going to be moving the rec transform or scrolling around. What we're actually going to be moving is the grid center. So as we move the grid center, all the other nodes are going to be moving with the center and offsetting themselves from the camera. And we're just going to have a separate culling system that's going to cull out anything that is further away. So the grid center, or the grid, is going to be paying attention to what the mouse is doing and trying to listen for when the left click is being held and when we just drag stuff out. Of course, we're also going to need another condition for recentering the grid. So, and that should give us the visual feedback to the player of the actual skill tree being moved, but it's really just the grid being moved. We do have like a weird parallax effect we're going to be putting in later that's going to make things look pretty weird. But still, for us, it'll be weird as you're seeing it develop, but once it's done, it should look like as if things are moving. It's a parallax effect. Things are moving in the foreground faster than they are in the background. Either way, I'm depressed or burnt out of making that game. And Windows on my laptop is starting to gain dementia, so I don't know what to do. Drink some water? Maybe you're dehydrated. It's some weird stuff. Being dehydrated or just not having the right types of vitamins in you can take a toll and you don't even realize it. And plus you just went through something freaking traumatic, dude. So like you gotta be easy with yourself, you know what I mean? It's really easy to take for granted your own limitations, mentally and physically. Especially mentally. You push yourself harder without realizing, hey, yeah, you know, this isn't where you are yet. Some people are there, you're not there yet, and you don't just get there magically. I do that all the time. Like, I overestimate what I can do, and then suddenly I'm in a very bad place. Just takes a second for me to get out of there. Yep, there you go. Blender. I know that feeling. Listen, do not look at what Roman does with Blender and think that that's normal. Roman is... he turned off his pain receptors and did what he did. In other words, he's built different. So don't even think about that one. All right, so let's work on this next method. We're going to be doing, we need to make something to public vector Should we make this a vector to int, or should... Yeah, let's do it int by int. I think I did this backwards. And I think this is vector 3. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So after we do these, we're gonna make a documentation for now. I think that's good. We want to do something about getting the different tiers, because this is going to come back later for how the nodes are positioned. There. All right, so basically we'll be able to use this to get where the cell, regardless of where the ID of the cell is, what tier that cell, if this is a valid tier. So we'll check against this later, and we'll say, hey, this should be at 3-3. And if we see it 3-3, but then it reads that it's supposed to be at something else, because let's say it's a higher tier or a lower tier, then we'll be able to use this to get that information back. And finally, we just need to consider like an offset if two things are inside of the same cell for whatever reason. Actually, hold on. All right, so if two things are sharing the same cell, then... So you'll notice a couple things. First off, we're not tracking any data inside of this, right? We're just handling calculations in this. This is typically how you want to handle your grids. You don't want to put information into a grid that the grid doesn't need to know about. In this case, the grid will not need to know about any of the nodes that are on the grid. The nodes just need to know where they're supposed to be on the grid. We can use these tools now to verify the node's conditions on the grid. It just needs to pass in its row and color. Right, it just needs to, yeah. So let's we're gonna give this a 75% offset. right? To do that, we're going to use the index, and then yeah, we're going to subtract it from the total. And right there, divided by, and then we can just multiply this by the cell size. But we want 75% of the cell size, so there we go. What did I forget? What's the problem? Cannot implicitly something. Oh, whoops. There you go. So, and then from here now we return a new vector. Is going to be offset. Okay, there. So I think we're probably going to want to divide this by 2. We're gonna see. Right now I need to find out like how this is going to anchor it, but I believe we're probably going to want to divide this by 2 to get the cell center when we anchor things to a cell. So we'll figure that one out when we get there. Since I don't know what to do about that problem, I'll ignore it and make a makeshift card game just as I can. Yeah, Unity. So I don't know if you know this, but Hearthstone, which was a card game made by Blizzard, I believe. So he actually popped by the stream not too long ago. The person who made the asset that they used. So they went to that's just like a good context, right? Even Blizzard will go to the Unity asset store to pick up coding solutions. So they went to the asset store, purchased the coding solution for a card game, and then once they did that, they took it and then developed it out. You know what I mean? Like, that is awesome to me, because that just saves so much time. If somebody else already made a very modular, just well-designed system, why not? You know, just take it, and like I did with the Hex system. It was a pre-made system, but it was a system meant to do something else. And I just took it, broke the code apart, and then made it do the things that I need to do. I made it multi-threaded. I batched calls on it. I created it in a way for procedural generation, map by map, and then had it register in information about itself, to where now I don't know if I did that already, but I think I did. It's all foggy in the head because I've been working on this now. But I can sample data for what the procedural world will generate on the tile, get information about that, and that's going to come back very important later. Because when I develop the location system, I need to be able to sample the different tiles quickly. To be able to tell, hey, this tile is a good spot to put a city, or to put a fishing location, and so on, right? Like, all of that needs to be known. And this is, you know, without actually generating the tile, like without actually instancing it and everything. Okay, so let's do some documenting.
Yeah. Unknown brain. Marvin Divine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finding, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music, I'm saying. I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say goodbye.
Okay. And finally,
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero.
no, let's leave it the way it is for now. Okay. You actually made me remember how I once made a card game engine in Scratch. Like, the entire display logic of cards in places. Pretty annoying. So, here's the thing. I can't speak to Scratch, but in Unity, I think the trick to making a good card game is going to come down to just utilizing Dutween. If I had to do it, that's the direction I would go, because it's almost like Dutween was made for that purpose. I'll be honest with you. You can get a lot of really nifty visual effects to simulate a lot of what you'd expect for card movement. So if you want to, you can start there with the simplification process of getting that done. All right, so this is the grid. We're going to come back to this at some point and expand on it a bit more. But for our purposes, this will now create a grid on the UI. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna remove this, unload this scene. And we're gonna just turn this back on. So this is our testing. So actually we wanted to do something else here too. Let's make a new script. Ugh. I hate that auto does that. I gotta pay more attention to. There we go. Yeah. So I mean, you could do that, but why? If I mean, I guess maybe like I said, I don't know Scratch, so maybe you don't have a solution. But even still, Scratch should have a tweening library, and tweens can handle that for you automatically. Right? It just depends on your goal. If your goal is to learn how to handle quadratic animations, then fine, I guess. But if your goal is to just get to the animation part and move on, then tweens are there. Ah, okay, sure. Ah, that's probably why they call it Scratch. All right. Okay, so the idea of this is we just need to get two value, well, one value. We need to do this. I think this is too granular. Let's just do it this way. And since we already know this, we don't need to do a list. think we. I always you know, I wish they had the documentation. Like Godot, you could just do this. Let me see something. Is useless to me. Okay. Maybe we could just check exactly how, because I always confuse these, even after years. It's just I keep looking at count and length the same way, and they're not, and I forget. We're gonna hit the error. It's gonna. I'm gonna say, oh, okay. Then it's just -1, and then I'm gonna forget 5 minutes later how it works again. um. What do you mean? You're talking about the skill tree? Oh, I'm not sure if it has a name. I just made. I can tell you what I used in it. It's basically just tensile strength for managing that on Unity's scroll view. So yeah, that's what basically what it was. But I'm not sure if it has its own name. It's just a kind of graph view. Okay, that should do it.
Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.
Okay, let's see if this works before we do anything else. I mean, I could do it again for this system, but it's a level of complexity that I don't want to worry about right now. I think I want a more traditional skill tree. I mean, it's awesome. It is. It's nice. It's just I don't feel it would be a good match for this. Yeah, that makes more sense. 1920. Okay. I think this one's going to be negative 1920. Yep, there we go. All right, let's see if this works. Well, I don't know if there's other things that are going to break, but we only want to be testing stuff. Let's see if that works. Oh, shoot. We forgot to set the speed. Okay, something else broke. I don't know what it's looking for. State machine. You're looking for a game manager. Line 47. Gotcha. Okay. So we need to do this. Oh, there we go. There should be a check on this. I think it's like is ready or something. I usually make that. Sure, we'll do it here. Yeah, I don't know if it has a name. I really don't. If I did, I would tell you for sure. Interesting. Enumeration operation may not execute. Selection was modified. Oh! I misread that. Okay. Where are we editing? Oh, I see. Yeah, I thought we would get away with this because technically speaking, we're not creating a new key. We should just be overwriting one. But it reads it as dirty, and so it gives me back that so can we just tell this that it's not dirty? But... Nope, we can't. I could have sworn we could. Hmm. I'm not a fan. Sure. Okay, that should be like the fastest way of handling that. Are we doing stuff? Hard to tell. Oh, we're not, because we don't have a speed. So let's give this a speed. We don't have any errors. We don't see any positions being changed here. Okay. Try that one more time. Put that in ahead of time. Oh, I think it is moving. Either that or my eyes are playing tricks on me. I think my eyes are just playing tricks. No, it is. Is it? Shouldn't look like that if it is. Oh no, it is. Is it? You know what? Let's make it go faster. Is the fact that I'm... Well, actually, let's throw a debug in this, too, to just make sure that we are getting to where we need to get to. Okay, yeah. Interesting. That's the problem. Serialize field. Okay, there we go. Now let's try it. I don't know why it did that. Oh, that's why. Ah, we need to change this also. Okay. Awesome. Right now. So everything is locked behind that. Slow this down. Maybe that's what's happening. Interesting. That's not changing. It should. Oh. Leftmost position. Forgot, this is decreasing, not increasing. There we go. Now it's just going too fast. No, that's not going to work. Because we aren't adjusting this. Oops. Yeah. Hey, Stoner. Stoner, I don't know if you saw, I posted on Roman's Discord, I think it's in the work in progress area, an example of a graph. Does that graph have like, if you can check it out, well, I mean, if you know, because I don't know if that graph has like a specific name. It's basically just a graph that I did with tensile strength, so you can like pull nodes around and stuff like that. But I know you can bump into it in different places have made that. But Nick was asking, and I just don't know the name of it. I don't even know if it has a name. I always just call them graphs for tensile strength graphs. That's really all it is. It's just a graph where each node has tensile strength and pulls towards another node, and then I just drew a line renderer to simulate the tensile strength being pulled, the connection. Anyway, how are you doing, man? So let's walk myself through this real quick. We check to see if we've collected anything. So we need to go out here. I just realized I could have done that through link queue. I just realized. Whatever, it's fine. It would have been a lot less code. I mean, it's good to just type it out sometimes. Picked. I'm good. A little tired, but good. How you doing? I have had a funeral to attend. I've had a funeral to attend. All of last week's time went down the drain. I just can't get back. Game dev. Probably burnout. I mean, Stoner's name is literally Stoner, so I mean, come on. If you're gonna talk to somebody about burnout. Let's see. I mean, sometimes you really just need to take time, dude. It's gonna take time. I think if it was me, I think I would need time. I think you're underestimating. You just gotta go, the motions you gotta go through. Yeah, there we go. You know what? Let's turn these back to floats. And since we know, let's do this. The leftmost one, we're going to say that this is negative 1920. We need to test that in a second. And 1928 positive is the rightmost. Let's get rid of this for now. That didn't work. We need to relook at this. This is close, but short of me opening up how I've done this before, I want to try it a different way and see if I can get it. Let's try just doing 4 each. going to simulate it first before we try to just directly change. It's going to do a speed times the delta time. So the left position we know is negative 920. So if the position at if the position dot x is less than or equal to 1920, then we'll shift this back. We'll shift this back to, negative 19. We'll shift this back to 19. Right? So we're just simulating the value. Okay. And then now we just go back and yeah, then we just go back and say fog dot local equal to that. All right, that simplifies it a little bit. Let's see if we nailed it or not. As soon as it lets me go back to Unity. There we go. $19.20. I like the simplified UI. We still have stuff in here, right? Oh, nope, we don't. All right, so let's add them back. All right, let's try it now. What the heck? It's doing stuff. I don't get it. Because we're already setting local position here. So this position could only ever be some offset of the local. So how is it possible that we are doing such a random thing? Literally taking... You know what? Hold on. What if I do this? You're just not going to move anything. You're going to basically be telling it, hey, stay at the exact same position that you've always had. I want to see what the effect is on it. Right? Because that's all this is doing. We're taking the local position and then telling it to go back to the same local position. Alright, let's try it now. Okay, and it appears to be working fine. Now, let's not apply any of the flip. We're just going to turn this part on. Now, before we even do anything, if I adjust... Let's turn on debug mode on this. So, if we disable... Say we disable this. Okay. I see what the problem is. I see the problem. It's doing it correctly. It's just So what is the actual number we need to get to? Huh. So there's like a legit number we need to get to. I got you. So let's go back to normal. Let's grab all of these. So let's say like right here is a good number for it to appear on. So this would be... So let's say that we can go to about 3,000. Yeah. So then what the number to start back on? So once this gets to 3,000, whoa, actually. Actually, we have a good number already. I got you. I got you. We're in a good place. Common sense just kicked in, boys. It just kicked in. Alright, so common sense just kicked in. This number, I believe, is the leftmost one. Which one is it? Yep, there we go. So the leftmost needs to be times... There we go. And the rightmost position. This needs to be times 2. That should position it perfectly on the other side. Beautiful. Alright, let's increase the speed of this to like 5. And see what happens. Oh wait, we forgot to turn on, I think. Yeah, we forgot to turn this on. So instead of doing this way, we're going to do leftmost. Rightmost position. Under my feet, another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Hey, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated. Intoxicated, every night faded. Is it moving? It is. It's moving incredibly slow. Alright, let's increase the speed to like 50. What the heck is going on here? What is going on with these numbers? What the heck is up with these numbers, bro? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it definitely sounds. Trust me, I hate. Yeah, it definitely sounds like maybe you just need a break. Doing anything constantly exhausting. Trust me, I hate tedious. Oh, you know, all aboard. I don't like doing the same thing over and over. Yeah. Nick, I guess I'll find another hobby. My laptop currently is causing a hissy fit and doesn't want to charge, so it's a good excuse to procrastinate on fixing that until it dies and rough. To be fair, he also is going through the learning pains for Blender, so that could be what's causing it, Nick. The thing too. Blender is puts people on a certain watch list. Hey, we got it. Increase the speed of it so it's more obvious. Go double. Hey, what's going on there? That should already have kicked over. Pause. One right there. There. One over there in the front. So where's this one? Oh. Why is it? It's. Do it this way. I hate when it does that. Heck. Okay. We did save, right? Yep, okay. Okay, so now it should work perfectly. Alright, let's increase the speed again. Go 150. 150 is a good speed. Go 300. What the heck, rough. Oh, it's doing it. It's just got that gap. So let's open up the scene view. Wait, why did it do that? Okay. Maybe they're not all the same size. Get that out. The heck? One is invisible. Is it invisible?
zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I never let the doubt creep in.
Oh, they're
Pop a
invisible.
couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf.
What am I doing?
Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside. I'm alone.
What the heck is going on here?
It's so cold outside. I'm alone. I'm alright.
That's crazy. Okay, they're all the same size. They should all be.
Yeah,
1920, 1920,
always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if
What?
I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside.
What could be causing that?
I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone. I'm alright.
All right, let's zero these out. Okay, so we're gonna put this one to 1920. This one's gonna be neutral, and this one's gonna be negative. What should happen. Okay, good. So now, as far as we know, one needs to get to -3. Okay, but where does it start? So what we care about is the center position. This is zeroed out, right? No. Let's zero everything out. Okay. There's a problem here. There's a very weird problem here. Even when zeroed out, this isn't actually at the center of the screen. Which is bizarre. Right? Because this is half of the screen for some reason. Why? This? I think it's like the 50% offset is throwing it off. So we're going to get rid of that. And let's do 0. pivot is screwed up badly. It's supposed to be in the center. Let's disable the other ones until we figure this mess out. What is going on here? Is the fog? Is this part off? That's the only thing I could think of. That the actual. Ah, okay. There we go. That's it. This wasn't centered. Okay. Bring this back to 0.5. I'm like, why the heck is it doing all of that? Alright, let's put everything back to 0.5. Alright, now we can do the offset properly, because that was just throwing me off. There we go. Okay, so now we can do, once this hits 1920, then this will go to 1920. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Now let's try it. We need to enable these. Did I mess with any code? Oh, it looks pretty much the same. Try it. What the heck? Help my soul. No. Help my soul. Can't move. Interesting. We didn't change the code, but by moving this, the behavior changed. Let's go down to 0.5 again. That'll help us understand what so quickly. As far as you're concerned, all of these are placing themselves at the finish position. Rightmost. Why? It should only happen. X position of these objects is or equal to the leftmost. So if the position X, what is the leftmost position? Negative. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, let's go. I'ma make a couple stacks, do exactly what I want to. Mix a couple tracks, get a lady that I'm drawn to. Turn up to the max, get me faded till I'm gone, dude. I do what I want, couldn't stop me if you wanted to. I just work hard, yeah, harder than the rest.
Increase the speed now.
Say I'm lucky, others saying that I'm blessed. But I keep my head down, cause I crave progress. You ain't never gonna stop me, cause it's
Oh,
my conquest. And I'm never gonna rest, yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm a loner when everybody thinks they know ya, and y'all don't even know I own ya.
Okay.
And now I'm ready taking over.
I saw a little gap there. Overlap here. Ah. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, didn't have a gap. Unless we started off with a gap. Let's... Shouldn't have. Everything is 1920, 1920. These numbers are fun. In 20 times 20. Hey, welcome back, Nepal. The there is scary, but I believe that chart is named Network Graph. Thank you so much. Let me look that up. Network Graph. You'd be the guy that knows that. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, you are a legend and a boss and a freaking big bad evil guy, bro. That's great. Network Graph. Awesome. Sorry, was in the flow state. What I miss? Oh, what's up? Working on altering my tank control. Had to build it in a separate project. I hear you. Sometimes that's safer. It just depends, right? Like, if you're doing proper encapsulation, then you can do it anywhere, but even then, sometimes it's just safer to make a separate project. In Godot, I would do that all the time, not so much in Unity, because it just takes a while to build a project. So I would have like a test area or test project that I would just put things in to test out. And I would just have one for different build types. Nothing much, man. Was token and chillin', thinking about what game I should play. Stoner, if you're interested, there's this game that was released. It's free on Steam. It's made by. It's a very short game though, but it's very story oriented. It's called Smiling Misery. It was made by another indie dev. I think it's their first. It's not a. My knowledge, it's not a game jam project. It's an actual like their first group together project. So they put it out for free on Steam. You can check it out. The premise is that the main character, who's the person you're going around with, obviously, is a clown or a jester that can't help but be happy, and doesn't understand why people are sad. So she tries to find the people who are supposed to be the most sad people, and she's trying to learn from them how to be sad. And so they go through their story, like some of the stuff that they go through, like lost loves, dedications to things in life that are meaningless, and so on. And it's pretty cool. Um, tonight I'll play Game of Thrones, King's Road. Okay, hold on. If we're going to play darts and we're just going to throw into the dark, what is Nepal V going to stream tonight? Who is going to guess that it is not Game of Thrones, King's Road? Uh, if he's going to stream and he's going to stream gameplay, I think everyone would probably know that that's exactly where he's going to. As for political talk show, I don't know what to talk about next. Hey, Nepal. Stoner, I heard of that. Is it any good? I think I might do a segment on Tartarian. I guess you mean Targaryens. I like it, but I'm super biased. Combat is wonderful. Story is Game of Thrones, and I'm a super fan. Nick. So, Stoner, to that, I would say mainly from my perspective as a less biased Game of Thrones. I do like Game of Thrones, but as a less biased fan of Game of Thrones, combat is pretty much lukewarm. In that there's, it's been done. If you've played Assassin's Creed and you like Assassin's Creed, you'll like that combat. And it's not trying to be super. It's picture if you. It's Assassin's Creed basically without the assassination, but you do have like kill animation. But it's definitely got that MMORPG kind of vibe to it, where just how enemies interact. Right, you don't get those cool, like Arkham Asylum, the camera zooms in, pitches in, looks at the kill, and then like there's blood and gore. You don't get that stuff, but it's still pretty cool. But what you stay for, I think, like what I stay on his streams and watch him mainly for, is the storyline as it's going by, because the voice acting is great. The way the story is told, narration's executed very well, like very, very well. If for the purposes of buying the game, though, it's a hard no for me, just off of the fact that you have to spend money to buy the game, and then once you get into the game, you're basically spending money to get the privilege to get access to microtransactions, seasons passes and stuff like that. Like, there is legit horse armor in there too. Yeah, it just ticks every box for me to not really give a damn. Like, if it was a free game, then you go in and then there's microtransactions, fine. But you have to pay upfront and then go in for... Yeah, I'm good. Maybe I'll check it out. But I've never really been into Game of Thrones, no way. Yeah, no, the story is good. If you don't like Game of Thrones' story, it's not as, like... From what I've seen, it has it has, like, if you know these characters, it has the anxiety build up because you know that these characters are legit evil, and so it's like you're kind of scared for certain NPCs that might be interacting with them. Like, yeah, this guy's gonna get flayed, like that kind of thing. But it's not as like deep as Game of Thrones itself, where the show or even the books, where it's like you learn deeply about these characters, very on the surface with characters that you're meeting. That reminds me, political talk shows that where because what did I miss? But I do agree on liking the way it ended. But I do agree with not liking the way it ended. I hear that was shit. Oh boy, where do I begin? The monster had... so I'm assuming the answer is yes. Maybe I'll check out the podcast. I don't like politics at all of it, but I'm always down to check it. To be honest, never been... I've been in the political sphere for years. Nick has... Oh, wow! Holy cow! Congrats, Nick. Jeez, Louise. I think that makes you the richest stream elements. You're close. Well, no. 5,000. Yeah, that. How the heck does stream elements keep getting so much money? Like, it doesn't do anything, and it keeps getting more money. Like, I think it's like an automatic thing. Or it could be because it's always around whenever I drop the stars. So maybe that's probably what's happening. Yes, I will spread the word about Spiraling Misery. I hope you enjoyed it. It's a free game, dude, and there's no microtransactions. So give it a look. Okay, got it. And then Nepal Ramsey. Yeah, like Ramsey is pretty bad. Like, I think Ramsey in Game of Thrones, the show, he gets his just desserts at around season 7. I want to say in the Battle of the Bastards. And that was probably, like, that's what I mean. Like, if you compare Ramsey versus the Night King from season 8, and you compare the payoff, just from a writing perspective, if you compare the payoff, we got all of the build-up, and now finally we get to Battle of the Bastards, and then we get to that payoff. That was well and worth it, right? Then you get to the Night King, and it's like, it's so anticlimactic. This is just, on its face, poor writing, poor execution. Okay, well, we got Fog to work, which is nice. He's scrolling across. Let's figure out a good number for it. I think we didn't like
they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting. Said she wants to get it in. Said she'll bring her best friend.
Negative, so left is negative 19.
You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a
38 foot.
Yeah. She wanna stay for a minute. She wanna play for a minute. She wanna stay for a minute.
So it might be that we're doing this in late update, which is causing the issue. So let's throw this in update loop.
Make a track in a minute. And I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies.
Because that discrepancy is really tiny, and it shouldn't be happening mathematically.
And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah.
Rather, it's true or not, that's totally... Oh, I see. Fair. Okay, we're just trying to see if we still get those bizarre, like this is bizarre right here, but you can see it's much smaller now. So that tells me 100% this is tied to the update loop. Okay, let's try doing... It's tied to the update loop. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay.
one to get it, bruh. I swear to God, I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic.
So you're just gonna have to. Oh, you see, that's what I mean. So by the time this gets moved over to the new starting position, this has moved a couple of pixels over already. So that's what's happening. This is getting put into the right position. It's just that this is far enough away that you're going to create this gap. That's problematic. So instead of using this rightmost position, what we actually want is to use the position of the object on the rightmost and then offset from that thing's position. That's what we want to do. Yeah, it makes it a little bit more dense, but what are you gonna do about it, right? Well, it's gonna be based on, it just gets worse based on the speed. Because if I do the speed like at 300 like it was before, we could technically just find the right speed, and then we would end up with this looking perfect. Right? But what if I want it to go really fast for some reason? So, like, now you're going to see it looking like that. So now if I do, like, 150, the next one, once it goes past here, you see what I mean? This one looks like it landed perfectly where it needed to land. So I guess 150. Oh, there we go. So it needs to be more determinative. That's the issue. Okay. There we go. All right. So it's in here. So let's delete this, because this isn't useful to us right now. Yeah, I have. Somebody forced me to try it out. It's pretty okay. Yeah, I treat it like the Apple Store of video games. Like, some people, they obsess about it. It does have a ton of different I, I don't know how to compare it, but basically it's like a platform. So it just has a ton of games on it. There's a lot of free games that you can play on it. So it's kind of like imagine basically it. You just have a ton of free games on it, and they're all on tabletop. So you can play dice on it, you can play Dungeons and Dragons on it, you can play some customs games that they have on it. There's a tons of different stuff you could play. It's a tabletop simulator. And it's obviously multiplayer. Pretty much, yeah.
Baby girl, don't go, oh, look the other way, and nobody will know, oh, if it's all the same, and call my place your home, oh, I don't wanna chase, but don't want you to go, oh, all I want is you, ooh, all you need is me, I know what to do, ooh, only I can see, yeah, know I love the view, ooh, climb under the sheets, do just what you do, ooh, put me back to sleep, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. You take a fucking bad chick, put her on a mattress. Baby, she's a savage, but she lets me have it. Oh, we getting at it. Want a couple glasses? You could be my captain. Baby, be proactive. She looking so attractive. Dressed with the backlist. We can make it happen. You could be the captain. I'll take you to the cabin. Penthouse mansion. And she used to acting, but I ain't casting. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Feeling so lonely, everybody owns me. Treated like a trophy, everybody's phony. She stays so low-key, they don't truly know me. She just wanna show me.
Aw, darn it, we were so close. Look at that little gap right there. Ah, we were so close. It only happens once in a while. There. If I increase the speed by, let's go to 1,000. But you can see clearly like what's happening. Like, the faster it goes on that frame, you're gonna get bigger gaps. So if I do like 100, it's gonna be super small compared to. Oh wait, this is from the 1000s. Bring it to 300 real quick. So once that goes away, then this one is going to be small. Go down to 100. This should be super tiny. You're not going to be able to see the gap at all. So now, technically, we could just go with 100 and like cap it at 100 and say, hey, this is the speed, because we're just not going to see that gap. It's going to be like a quarter of a pixel. Right? Well, no, we can kind of see it. Like I said, it's like a quarter of a pixel bit. Let me pause it. So you can kind of see it right. So now, technically, we could just
someday I'll have what I want in life.
Okay. Try it again. The only reason we got away with that because we know that our screen size is 1920. Otherwise, we would have to probably get like the width effect.
All you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. That's right. Let's go. Yeah. When you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you wanted to be. I feel right, and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all of the haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away. Yeah. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something,
I'm a little very annoyed. I'm not a little, I'm a very, very annoyed. This little gap is so annoying.
yeah. Then all we really need is take a look in the mirror. Are you seeing some fear? You hear the voice in your ear? Can you start to see clear? Are the bad thoughts near? Or can you be where your feet are when you stand right here and say no?
What do I do?
Gonna give up, I'm never gonna slow.
It's a legit question.
Give up, never loses to a foe. The one that could show to myself I could go all the way to the top, can't stop. I'm a soldier, always closer till it's over. Older, but I'm bolder, moving forward, older, never slower. Good to know ya. Don't go make me drop my shoulder. You need to believe you can achieve everything that you dream, everything that you need is in the air that you
We could do
breathe.
this.
It's in the mind that you feed, it's in the time that you bleed. Every second of life is another blessing to me. Yeah. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Let's go. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail, you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope. I wanna feel alive, feel the blood inside my veins. I wanna slow the time, will you slow it down with me? I think I need to find what it means to be okay. It's broken by design, can't live life without some pain, yeah. And I know I'll keep running, no, I'll be something you won't see me coming. I grow, I keep punching, I grow, I keep hunting. No, I need nothing, supposed to be something so close to me. Jumping in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so low, cause I don't know wish I didn't feel this way, but with this kind of
Where the heck are they? Oh wow, they're out in Neverland.
the change and the woes, all the fame on the coast and the pain. No one knows I want the time just to slow. My mind's feeling low, say I'm fine, but I know that I might be alone. Felt love in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm solo, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown, but I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now. You fucked me up in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain.
Damn it. uh,
Yeah, I spit raps like a heart attack, fast fatal heart impact, past painful scars. In fact, I blast tasteful bars and pass. I back up my actions, fact don't ask, grab reactions, jacked attack with every word, then act with class as they hear me snap. I got nothing to lose, cause I fought and felt the bruise. Now I'm not the one confused, call the shots and they produce. I ain't lost, I'm finally loose.
I hate
Can
this.
use over excuse. I need the views to boost me to a new abuse of being used. Everybody wants a piece now, y'all can rest in peace now. You're dead to me, so peace out. Remember you're
man.
discreet now. Get ready for defeat now. I'm gonna make you bleed.
What the heck is going on, bro?
Read out all the weak now. Get up and make a change. Don't remember yesterday. If you got something to say, speak your mind before your grave. Cause your life is yours to save. Ain't nobody gonna change. Everybody stays the same. So be different, make a name, huh? I keep on moving forward. Always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward. Always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward. Always getting closer. I march until it's over. And just like a soldier.
Yeah, so we need to figure that out.
It's ridiculous, I'm spitting this meticulous and limitless. While others out there spitting shit got hits up on the charts. It's it. I see why other artists.
Where are we doing it? We're setting it
They
here.
love to hate, but hate to live. Society, you swing and miss. And honestly, I get it. Promise me you won't regret it. Wasting energy, forget it. Don't look back, go on and get it. Bite the bullet just a bit. Bite your tongue and don't say shit. Make your actions hard to miss. Be a legend, not a myth. Yeah. It's obnoxious that I'm conscious. Rapping honest, promise. Try to harness.
I wonder if we think about this. If we think about this, what could be causing this problem? Is it how we're iterating through it? Typically, I wouldn't bump into this because I would be using a pooler and then we would be just like disabling stuff and then enabling, which I guess has been helping do this, but this time I'm approaching it from the position is that we don't need to instance anything. We just start off with the correct amount. Right? Because with the pooler, we just take things out and then put them back. Alright, let's try it a different way. I'm gonna comment this out. Okay, so let's try. The issue is the delta, so let's try dealing with that first. Okay, so from here we just need to know if we're gonna go left. Actually, wrong. So this is now going to be where we handle computing the relative positions.
I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit. No, because I want this. Don't try to stop me. Failure ain't an option. So I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit. No, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now.
Okay.
Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up your act. So you better raise up a set.
Alright, now let's try setting the local position.
Don't come back, pack your bags. You take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back. Everybody wake up. It's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up, live the life you want now, a life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how, just get your grit out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream if it's what you deserve.
Okay. You don't need to worry. Whatever. This should always be. Well, no. Alright, let's try this. What happened? So we're just throwing it into a modula, and we're gonna see what's going on here. The last solution that I can go with is setting the relative to the not the relative, setting the the offset rather to the size of object, even though it should be this, because you know that's what it is right here. Never know. Right now. That didn't work. So it immediately set everything . to the exact same position. Did I make a mistake?
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?
This should already be done.
Stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more. Speak out. It's about to head south. You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back?
Alright, we got very close with the original.
Are we gonna play now? Ready for the show? I'm about to take down, you already know. Get the fuck out of my face now, yeah, you gotta go. Man, I'm on the chase now, leave me on my own. I got a chance to break now, here I fucking go. Take control of fate now, I control my flow. And I know that I'll be great, how putting on a show. I know that I'ma stay loud, drowning out the noise. The haters always thinking that they could fucking break me. They're better off eating their own words like pastries. Hate me, and you better find some fucking safety. I'm coming in hot like a bad bitch in pasties. They can't save me, no I ain't lazy, no. But society has me going so crazy, yo. Don't blame me, no my mind's hazy.
So we all know that the actual problem here is that despite the actual position of the object, the list is, or the array is still the same, in the same order in the array, which is what's causing the problem. Basically, in this version, this is the closest we're going to get. We're going to keep seeing that problem because when this is finished on its frame, it's going to come out, and then on the next frame, it's going to give the position to the object on the left first, instead of giving that one the position last. And that's the problem. I was thinking that just looking at like a hard number here, which is this offset, would have been enough to deal with that, but apparently it isn't. So we're going to have to use a little bit of an expensive call. The good thing is that we only have 3 objects in this array, so the call is really tiny, but it still will produce garbage, which sucks. But it is what it is. So we have to get rid of all of this now. But effectively what we need to do is whenever we need to bump something into a new position, we check for that, and then we sort the array. Then the next time that we go through, we need to then the next time that we go through, we'll be going through by first pushing that object into the position that it should be in. But it's going to be handled last, right? And so then we'll do a check on each one of these objects to see if they're already open. That's basically, so it's just an order of handling thing. All right, so let's do it. Vector 2 position equal to mod. You know what? Let's do it this way because we're going to be editing this while we're running through it. Okay. Okay, yeah, that. Yeah, autocomplete. Okay, so now we just need to reposition it. So the new position is going to be equal to Okay. So now we just need to handle the, this is just the resorting part, right? So now we just need to direct, transform, view first. Oh, we should avoid using that. Then we just set that to the front. Right? And then we would have to invert this for going right. But for right now, this part will handle right and left. This part will only handle left. We just need to make an inversion for going right, but for right now, this should handle it. Nothing works the first time, but we're on like the 50th time right now. Hopefully we're ready to work. Go left. All right. Can't move it. Interesting. All right. That's the debugging commence. So, before we even get here, we're just going to do this part. Let's get this out of here. Oh, wait. What did I mistake here? I think this is supposed to be plus equals. Pretty sure. I keep doing this mistake. What am I doing here? We are just doing go left. Yeah, okay. So this is supposed to be plus equals. That was the problem. Wait, can we do plus equals on that? Yes, we can. Okay. Oh, we can't. It worked before because our Y was on 0 because we were moving the parent around. Now that we're moving the actual fog objects, let's do it this way. Alright, let's try it now. Awesome. Okay. It is properly moving. So now the next question is what's going on here? So when our local position right. So when we're doing go left, the local position put a debug here. Is less than the leftmost position, negative 1920. It's supposed to flip. So let's see what's happening. We're even getting there. So yeah, this should have bounced. Problem is that this is not the actual first. So we need to sort this. So we're going back full circle. We need to do a sort. And this time I don't feel like I want... I don't feel like I want to go through the whole shebang. We're just gonna use a link. There we go.
Have you heard the new song from More Plastic? Well, here goes.
Oh, whoops. Okay. This would work. So it's just making sure that no matter which direction... We are getting there. I'll deal with this in a second. Where did we get the issue? 49. Index out of range. I think we forgot to do a -1. We're going ahead. So that should keep us inside of the soon as okay, this should work perfectly for the most part. Nice. Are we seeing any issues with this? Very nice. Bring the speed up to a ridiculous number. That's cool. I don't think we need to go past this. But for the sake of just doing it, let's try it. We're perfect. Very nice. I think 500 is a good speed. I think that should be think this is the only thing I can do is that. Let's turn this one on. So I guess we're gonna leave it at 3. Well, let's make this one 500. Make this one. Oh, what it looks like. It looks terrible. So I think we can get rid of okay, we know that we're dealing with 1920s only.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me
Okay.
to get the hell out.
I think we're good. Let's run through this really quick. If the local position is greater than the reset position, which is basically 1920 on the other side, this should already be sorted out. So we get the leftmost. This needs to be minus the offset. Okay, there we go. Sometimes the brain is just ready to move on, so I'm pretty much ready to move on. Blast. It came out pretty good though. If this is working. I am confused about what just happened. If I get rid of this, what? It should just scroll to the right. Make sure that part is working first. Yep, okay. Awesome. Get rid of this. Ow. Alright, let's move into the skill tree. Well, I mean, this is the skill tree. This is just making it look good, but, isn't actually what I had planned for today. Well, we did take care of the grid. So, let me go back to my itinerary to find out what my goal was today. You know what? Hold on. Let's focus in on this first, right? Because we're almost done with it. Okay. Oh. So we're making an assumption. That we could have done that. I don't think we... That was cool.
My life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me
I guess this isn't the first anymore.
see you finally see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it. You so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
That should do it. Basically just inverted the entire thing. Alright, let's try it. Hit save, right? Oh, yep. And they disappeared. Oh, they're over here. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Ugh. This is the reason why I did it this way is to be able to test these all fully. I wasn't sure which was going to work. Test it.
let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever
Same thing, same result.
memories like this never end.
I don't understand though, because this X needs to reach to 19. Oh, the reset position. That's why. We need to change. I forgot we got rid of MathF Absolute. So we need to change this to just regular 19. I wanted to have more control from the inspector. That's why I got rid of that. Awesome. Is there a reason why these things are all sharing the same position? Well, they're not sharing the same. They're offset, but the offset isn't.
Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names.
Interesting. Let me see if the other one still works.
We set it sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on.
Throwing my eyes off when I look there, so let me. Very nice. Turn this one off. On. Okay. What the heck? Interesting. So it went by the first time and screwed up, but then from there going forward, it was okay. Ah. Let's do it this way. When we found out that it was the other problem. I mean, I'm anticipating it to still have the same problem. I think these two are basically saying the same thing. Roughly. But that's mainly just should be a coincidence. But we want it to be modular, so no matter what we do, work. Should work perfectly fine going forward. So they're basically the exact same thing. But they doing it by descending is the proper way. I screwed up somewhere though. Let's see what they look like together at least then. That's cool. Hey, Nepal, welcome back. I just like poking. Right now I'm doing a little bit of poking with, I'm not even sure what to call it. Maybe just, I wouldn't say it's math. It's poking at the GUI to see how it's translating what I'm putting in. It's just fascinating. Still, it's pretty cool. Okay, let's move on. We do have a problem with this. And I need to figure it out. I'm going to give it one last shot before I move on to something else. Mm-hmm. Let's do it this way. We're going to start by ordering it this. Get rid of the. There's multiple ways to approach it, and so we try to deal with it from multiple angles. We do know that the first call is working, so now it's just a matter of doing it with the second. Here we're just outright reversing the array. See what the result is. There we go. Fantastico. Alright, so let's start with both of them on. Fantastic. I think we want to apply a canvas group. So what this does is that it allows us to control the alpha of all of the children. So later, if we want to animate this, we can do that. We also want to disable the raycast target on these. You don't accidentally click stuff there. Alright, I think we're good. Okay. So our first job was actually to develop out the grid, and we did that. Everything else was just a side quest. Believe it or not. That was all just a side quest. All right, so there we go. So now, where is this thing? Character detail, fog rolling. So let's make an empty game object. And we'll just throw these inside of this. And then here, we will create a object for visuals, I guess. So that will include... The tree is not included in this because that's going to have function with the grid. It's going to be moving around and panning around with the grid in a parallax fashion later on. We can just grab all of these, throw them into visual. I guess fog objects can go into visuals also. And that's there. Oh, bother. We can't do that. Because we need... There we go. So, basically, we need the background to stay there. Because that's the background. So, we have to preserve this, throw it into... Now we have clear. Let's rename this to background. Okay. 3 is now weird. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. All right, so now we need to create the the grid itself, the object that will represent the grid. And it'll use itself as the center. It is zeroed out. It is looking good. So let's move it. I think I want it to start from like down here in the tree. All right, that's going to be like the center place. So let's go negative 255. Flat numbers. So we're not connecting these two, the tree and the grid, through the editor. We're going to be doing it slightly differently. The tree is going to have its own parallax function that will basically, it'll offset itself based on the in a reflection to the grid's position. So as we go down to the bottom left, the tree will actually shift over and it'll give like a weird visual effect. That's what I'm trying to aim at. You'll see. And we also want to deal with this thing right here. Let's bring this down to 0.5. That's good. You do not block Raycat. Good stuff. Awesome stuff. All right, let's keep it going. Three. We have the grid. Grid is over here. Get down again. I want to be like just above the neutral position for the head of the character. That's nice and tucked away right here. At the base of the tree. Meditating. About right there. Right, because the initial node, the big node, is going to be right here. then we can just continue to branch out the idea. It's pretty cool. Save. Okay. So when we do a tier, so you saw me write the code before for this. Explain it a little bit better. Each tier represents okay. So that's basically what this is getting. When we put it in, we can find out how many what tier rather is inside of this row and column. That's the idea. It'll return us the int for the thing that's supposed to be. Anyway. Okay. So now we need to do the work 3 times. That was the fun part. Now it's time for the work. So we're no longer dealing with the components. We're going into scriptable objects. I need to sort these. I need to organize these out better. For now, let's this. There we go. So we're not going to go too deep into this because I want to take care of these piece by piece. I don't want to overwhelm myself. So we're only going to be dealing with the node right now. The data tree, if we need to touch it, we'll deal with it. But right now it's just the node that we're worried about. And then component-wise on the Y, going to have similarly. Okay. You'll probably get that tree done before I get this tree done. What do you mean, like a real life family tree or a game family tree? Alright, let's close up a couple of things here. Don't need access to this stuff right now. We're done with fog. What prompted that? You just wanted to make a digital family tree? Oh, I'm assuming it's digital. You could probably make your family tree in Unity. Then you could post a YouTube video about it. I made my family tree in Unity. That'll get a couple of views. Okay, so this one is fairly simple, right? Because we have a lot. So we're piggybacking. So I'll share this one. For those of you that have been here for a while, you'll know the data object class is basically a scriptable object marked iAddressable. This is part of my addressable system. And it comes with some pretty nifty little things that every one of the members of this class will use. For here, we just add the extensions to it, right? So we don't need to worry about an ID because it already has an ID at the data object level. When we have this address, is basically unique to this object. You're making it in Obsidian. Gotcha. You could, what you could do, if you were so inclined, is send like an email out or snail mail, whatever. But you could send out like a, hey, who are you related to the family that know you, and then have them chain sending out something similar to the family they know. And then when you get everything back, you composite it that way. And if you did it in Unity, you would do it through what's called a hash set. That way, the hash set would guarantee that, I mean, you could also do it with a dictionary. Both will make sure that you have no duplicates. Pretty cool. Alright, so no tier. We need to think about terminology real quick.
Better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not. Think a stray kid. No, they don't give a damn. You got what I'm saying? I'm not. and stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more. Speak out. It's about to head south. Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. Yeah, maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back?
Surnames? I think like 2 or 3. There's only really 2 in my family, that I could think of. Yeah, for the most part, there's only 2. There's one on my side and there's one on my mother's side. Generally.
Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now. I made mistakes, but now I don't ever want to be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low.
Oh, it depends on what you think. Like, I'm not considering anyone with an adopted name from like their husband. I'm not considering that husband's name if that husband is not a member of my family by blood. Right? If they're related by marriage, then that's a different thing. But if you're including by marriage, then yeah, it's going to get pretty expansive. But I'm just thinking, by blood, I probably have like two names roughly. I never really thought about it, because if I go back further into my mother's side, because my mother adopted my grandmother's maiden name instead of the father, her father, right? And so that just kept that pretty much through. And my grandmother's entire family all share the exact same name. They all pretty much adopted the maiden name instead of adopting the husband's name. So it was pretty easy to track that way for the females and the males. My father's side though, no one really talks about the adopted names, but my father's side, the women do adopt, for the most part, the names of their husbands. But on my mother's side, it's not very common to do that. Well, it goes back on my mother's side, I think, a few generations. But when people refer to that side of the family, they just use that specific name. They don't use any of the adopted names if there are cases of it.
Sometimes I'm feeling high, but sometimes I'm feeling low. I wanna stay inside, I
Same thing with my father's side, really. Like, they would, even though they do adopt the names, they generally just refer to them as the family's name. When you're saying, oh, that, well, that person is a, that's how you refer to them. You don't consider the adopted name in that context. It simplifies things a lot, also, for a lot of us, because it's a pretty big family on my father's side. So if you go and you say, like, I don't know, a different person's name and that person's like a cousin, then you're going to think that that person isn't actually related directly to the family. So everybody just says, oh, no, family's name, and then, okay, so that person, because otherwise, if it's like a husband and then you use that name, that person married into the family, or a wife, the person married into the family, then they don't adopt also the same name. You use whatever their name is, their first name usually. But their kids would be considered part of the blood family, though. So it's like that with regards to just naming. Otherwise, it's just nobody really cares. It's more like of a passive thing where how people would just refer, like, understand what your relationship is. Okay. Tasty, baby. I just wanna feel you breathe. I just wanna feel your knees. Yeah. Oh yeah. I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah. I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. If you wanna stay, baby girl, don't go. Oh, look the other way. Nobody will know. Oh, if it's all the same. Call my place your home. Oh, I don't wanna chase, but don't want you to go. Oh, all I want is you. Ooh, all you need is me. I know what to do. Ooh, only I can see. Yeah, know I love you. Ooh, climb under the sheets. Do just what you do. Ooh, put me back to sleep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. You take a fucking bad chick, put her on a mattress. Baby, she's a savage, but she lets me have it. Oh, we getting at it, want a couple glasses. You could be my captive, baby, be proactive. She looking so attractive, dressed with the backlist. We can make it happen, you could be the captain. I'll take you to the cabin, penthouse mansion. And she used to acting, but I ain't casting. Yeah. I need to think about how I'm going to approach this again. Everybody owns me, treated like a trophy. Everybody's phony, she stays so low-key. They don't truly know me, she just wanna show me. Take it real slowly, she working long hours, taking long showers, chasing down downers over the counter. She cashing in vouchers, screaming out louder. No one around her, surprised I even found her. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I woke up on my mattress next to a savage. I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn
damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one that really want it. I'm the only one that's really on it. I'm just being honest. I'm just doing everything I promise, cause I want it bad enough that I'ma make it as an artist. And I know I'm not the smartest, and I know I'm not the largest.
We need to think about this. We need to make a requirement class. So basically, this is a modular class for this is a problem, right? Because we're going to create getting flustered. Okay, so what we need is a data set for the nodes. Okay, we need to know two things. We need to know what this node does, and we need to know so we should probably actually make this an abstract class. Okay, and give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up your act. So you better grow yourself a sack. And tell the world they can suck on that. Don't come back, pack your bags. You take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back. Everybody wake up. It's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up, live the life you want now, a life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how, just figure it out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream if it's what you deserve. So I'd be cautious, I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option. So I'd be cautious, I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing on my checks, rich. Tickies on my neck, shit. She's on the offensive, I do not know my set list.
So here's the thing. Hear me out. Instead of making this a data class, we could make this a Poco and store all of the nodes as plain old objects. The object. And then build them on a, let's call it a node atlas. Or make a fake skill tree of data that just has all of these nodes, Poco data. And then we're ready to get them onto the UI. We can just duplicate the Poco classes into the UI. Let's see. Hey, I'll be. Wait, there's a bunch of stuff. Hold on. I'm interested. So people. Oh yeah. By blood, it's like 5. Oh yeah, I am, but by blood, it's like 5, maybe 6 anyway. There's not a single maiden name kept, I think. Okay, yeah, I read. Interesting. Hey, I'll be streaming King's Road. Was nice chatting. Alright, Nepal, take care, man. It's just so annoying that my mom had 2 sisters, kept high contact with like 5 cousins. My dad had 3 siblings, both of them merged into one of his cousin's family, and now I have 16 close cousins. And there was no inbreed, so basically no CK3 going on. Crusader Kings 3. So this tree is gonna be a tangled mess, but it'll look cool anyway. I have one cousin. Unfortunately, he lives with me. What? His daughter is cool though. Well, I mean, I did raise her. Homie has one cousin, and it's unfortunate. That's funny. All right. Okay. So that's where my brain is at. Now, what's the benefit of doing it that way? One benefit is we still gain all of the reference information, the reference viability that we get from using scriptable objects. Let's do it that way. Let's try it out. I'm gonna just do this right now. We're gonna try this. So, first thing that we need to do is make a public, or rather, private, yeah, list of skill nodes. Load, and it's going to be skill. Okay. You do this, public. This is going to be an abstract class. So what's the problem with this? Oh, this. Okay, I think I'm gonna probably call it around here because I want to be less. This is about what time did I start? I think this is about 6 hours. Give me 1 second. Let me just double check that. But I kind of actually feel nice. I have good feelings about this approach, right? Because now let me let me get rid of this real show you what it's gonna look like when it 8s. Interesting. Ah, I think it was working. What did we name these? It is full object. Okay, so let me share what this is going to look like when going. I'm just going to make one here. This is not where we're going to keep them. Basically, are going to create a new asset. Well, only once right now. Right, it right here. Then over here, it's going to. We have to install. So this is part of the reason why I want to stop right here. I need to find and reinstall a Git library that extend the serialized reference, so that way we can actually display abstract classes and their basically their abstractions. If I removed abstract from, good question, might not need to go all that. Yeah, okay. So it would fix itself if I did this. Gotcha. So we have ability node, core node, skill node. So we can do this. Right. There we go. Can I let's put something inside of one of these. So let's do something like do another one for this public. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Unity by default can do that. That would be oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. So then we can extend it out. Gotcha. What is it whining about? Oh, okay. All right, so this should ensure that we only ever have one core node inside of this. So the core node is basically the node that's at the very center. Knew it. I was like, what the heck? I know for a fact that it should be over here. There we go, protect. So when I did that, it complained. Protected. Uh, does it's very big. I come from like a mid-sized town, so I can like bet at least I'm related to someone in the friend group of 20% of the people in town. Owner says, yeah, unfortunately, he's been here for over 5 years. It's funny since he just needed a place to go for the winter. He is just an ex-druggie. And Nick says, at least the X part is. Owner says, yeah, but I say X, but technically he just dropped one drug for another. That shouldn't be funny, but it is what it is, I guess. Nick goes, oh, and Stoner says, and I mean, it's not as bad as what he's doing, which was crack. Now he's just smokes meth. Which I mean, there's a huge difference, but meh, what can you do? Wow. Um, Nick says that is much better. No, it's not, Nick. But yeah, it is what it is. In my family, there has not been any legal substance, only alcohol. I remember when my uncle was so addicted that he was acting drunk when he was not, and vice versa. So he was a sober drunk. Stoner. Yeah, that's scary. My girlfriend's ex-husband apparently had auto brewery syndrome. I don't believe it, but that would also be scary. I'll look that up. I'm not sure what that is. He needed alcohol to function, and when he was claiming he had a meeting with the garden gnomes and they tied him up in the wardrobe, my parents took him to an insanity room. They called rehab that right now he's the only one with my surname except for me alive and has a gambling issue. Really silly. I mean, male. My mom probably won't keep the surname for long, knowing her. Um, Owner says the insanity room. I've been to the real insanity room, mental ward, but yeah, my brother is a drunk as well. He used to be. I don't know anymore. Um, that's crazy. I mean, that is crazy. I know that substance abuse, meth especially, is extremely prevalent in US. A lot of it, I think they said that people who ended up getting addicted to it were mostly, so it's mostly tied through the, take it with a grain of salt, but it's supposed to be that at least in the US there was a major undertow from a lot of pharmaceutical companies to underplay the effects of certain drugs that were addictive. And that's how the demand started being created for those kinds of drugs in the US. As people got addicted to them, they came off of the prescription and there was still a demand for it. And so when you create those path lines now, black market wise, they're pretty hard to get to, right? And really, you think about it, that's crazy that, you're a doctor and you know that this drug is going to be addicting, but you put your license, I guess, before your patients. That's my understanding, at least for the opioid epidemic right now, of where it came from. Is a it's a pretty telling thing. Probably it's good to pay more attention to kinds of drugs you're putting in. But That's the thing. When you get older, or just you're in pain, I think you're willing to try to, because you become more paranoid, and that paranoia is fine when you're not sick, but when you are sick, um, I've seen it becomes an impediment. It 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 messes with you in so many other ways. Life is a good time except when talking about family. My favorite uncle. Well, look at cigarettes. There were doctors recommending cigarettes back in the 60s and 70s. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. You want to trust a doctor. But that's the thing, right? Like they're people at the end of the day. It's one of those weird things. Like you trust your lawyer because you know that to your lawyer, their license is the most important thing. So it's not that you're trusting the lawyer, you're trusting that the lawyer still wants to keep their license. But the thing is, imagine somebody goes to your lawyer and says, "Hey, you have a quota. You need to make sure that even though you're the defense, you need to lose a certain number of cases because we need X amount of people in the prison system." And so you're out there intentionally losing cases for your clients. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you're going to lose your license. I think that kind of practice should definitely be something that no matter what profession is just like you should be, as the person who made the arrangement, definitely punished for that, and as the person who accepted the arrangement, definitely punished. That falls into that area of near mafia level uh um business entanglements, right? That's like completely opposite of what should be happening there. Okay, so that's what this is. So this is not. So if I do this again, because this should be an abstract class, and then I go out here. Actually, we're going to try it one more time as something else, but I want to see what it does. We're going to try it one more time as an interface. I just want to see like what it's going to do. So yeah, it doesn't let me. Oh no, it does. Interesting. Awesome. So now if I do, let's do a test A. If I try to make another core, it'll stop, it'll delete it and leave me with test A. What do you guys think? I think this is the proper way. So if we're going to be building out different skill nodes, I think this is the way to do it. I think I'm going to approach it this way. Oops. As soon as Unity lets me go back to it, there we go. Object reference not set to an. Ah, okay. There we go. I think I'm distracted. Yeah, they were advertised to relieve stress during. I know that going back into in the US, going back into like the late 18 mid to late 1800s, that cocaine was also in that realm of cigarettes. Like it was normal to go around chewing cocaine and stuff like that. Or the coca leaf. That's odd. That's odd. So they don't take their inherited. Interesting. It didn't grab the inherited member. Um, Interesting. They all inherit skill node. Let me try. I'm going to click something else. Maybe it just needs to off and back on. I think I do need to install the extension for serialized reference. Right, but so what's happening is we have this class here, which is the abstract, and these are inheriting that class, but they're not actually representing that. So it could be that we need to do this actually. System that by putting it as public, it should automatically um, serializable or serialized. So we do have a problem though. We have a bunch of problems with this approach. The solution to this is we need to make the installation for the new for basically there's a script on GitHub that I need to find. I have to look for it, which is why I'm going to end the stream at about this point. It's going to take a second to look for it, but it's for serialized reference to extend serialized reference so it can handle abstract classes and properly propagate this through different inheritors. That's the problem. We need to get rid of this. And the other problem that we're bumping into is every time that we do make a change to this and we save, this list gets wiped out. Right? So let me show you. So right now you see that it has something in it. The last 3 times that I've done it, it's wiped this thing out completely. Hey, it kept it. Yep, it kept it. Awesome. Well, regardless, we still need to do the install. So that was great, I think. We took care of a few small things. We did a couple small refactors at the beginning. We tweaked the work here for the fog to work. We also implemented the grid, though we didn't get to test it. But and we're kind of figuring out the approach for the data architecture for the skill tree on the build side. Um, I think this is probably better than. Let me just try one more thing. I'm going to. I want to see if I can break this basically, because if we break it, then we shouldn't approach it this way. So let's do something like public class. Um, okay. If that makes this stuff disappear, then yeah, this this is going to be problematic. Okay, it didn't. So we can continue to extend this out. This should make it disappear though, but I want to try it. I Interesting. Now, this won't work. Yeah, no. But, I mean, technically, yes. I just want let's play it out all the way. We can get rid of this one. I'm just curious, like, how does Unity's editor handle this? I already think it won't do it, but let's see. Well, first off, it kept this information, which is nice. But yeah, it didn't handle this part. Okay. All right, cool. We learned. So Unity is actually more powerful than I was giving it credit for. All right. We're gonna call it here. Thank you guys very much. Jesus Stoner. Oh wait, before I go see if I missed. Nope, we got good. Stoner, Nick, thank you guys very much. Um, great converse. Well, slightly depressing, guys. Not gonna lie, that was kind of kind of rough, morbid stuff. But hey, it's what's happening right now, right? Uh, hope both of you guys hit the lotto or something. What's that? There's my favorite two favorite Tony Stark sayings. Uh, if you anyone who says that money doesn't solve all your problems, um, don't have enough money. And the second one was keep your friends rich and your enemies rich, and wait to find out which is which. Take it easy, guys.